We're in Philadelphia, where the D-backs began this road trip last night. A disappointing 4-3 loss to the Phillies. But tonight, all eyes will be on the mound as the D-backs send Archie Bradley back out there. Reinstated from the DL earlier today and set for his first start since he was struck by a line drive last month. Set for D-backs baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. And good afternoon from Citizens Bank Park. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. The second of a three-game series, the Diamondbacks and the Philadelphia Phillies. Hot, humid, and overcast here tonight. There is a 50% chance of thunderstorms at some point in the forecast, but that will not dampen the enthusiasm of the Diamondbacks' Archie Bradley. He spoke with Jody Jackson before the ballgame.
Everyone reacts differently. I think it's just kind of, my mentality. I love this game. I love playing here for the Diamondbacks. And I love pitching, the competitive nature, being out there, and it's me against, their lineup, and I have my teammates to back me up, and I just can't see myself not doing it, Obviously, it was a scary incident, I got lucky that it was, minor injuries, but for me, this is my job. It's what I love to do. And so I never had any second thoughts about not getting back out there, about being scared to pitch again. It's what I want to do, and I love to do it.
Well, Bob, his job, he's been doing it very well. 4 starts, a 1.80 ERA.
It seems like there's a starter in every rotation that when he takes the mound, you feel like you've got a better than average chance of winning the ballgame. And Archie's that guy in this rotation. As good as Chase Anderson, Ruby De La Rosa, Josh Coleman have pitched this year, Archie's the guy that as a team you feel like you score a run or two, you're going to win the game.
So Archie Bradley set to take the mound here in Philadelphia. His 5th start this year. It'll be his first Major League appearance since April 28th. Bradley is back. The veteran Jerome Williams on the mound for the Phillies. First pitch is next on Fox Sports Arizona. Their first 3-game winning streak of the season. The Phillies, the last team in the National League to have a 3-game winning streak. They haven't won 4 in a row since last August, but trying to change that tonight. On the mound for the Phillies against the Diamondbacks here, who still have a chance to win this series. They need to win tonight, though, behind Archie Bradley for Philadelphia. Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher, 33-year-old right-hander Jerome Williams. Here's Diamondbacks hitting coach Turner Ward.
Anytime we come into a series with a guy like this, when you see a sinker slider type guy, the first thing we want to do is be able to try to get this guy up in the zone. And, of course, a sinker cutter, slider type guy like that, when they're down in the zone, when they're making their pitches, they're tough to hit. But when we can lay off those pitches, those quality pitches, and we get those balls out over the plate and we don't miss them, we're better.
Well, Williams 2-3. The ERA just under 5.25 for the year. He's allowed 50 hits in 38 innings. He's winless in his previous 3 starts.
You heard Turner Ward talk about the sinker-slider combination from Jerome Williams, a guy that's lasted as long in the major leagues as Jerome Williams has. He's got a lot more than that. He'll mix in an occasional curve, an occasional changeup. He'll cut his fastball. He'll sink it. He'll invent things out there as needed.
Ender Inciarte looks at ball 1. We are underway. Ender at 326. He had 3 hits last night. Humid and very overcast here tonight in Philadelphia. There is a 50% chance of rain, as we mentioned. 82 degrees at first pitch, 7:05 local time. And you can see clouds overhead, but we have fingers crossed here after we watched a monsoon in the Preakness just to our south in Baltimore.
Bet on the mutter.
1-1. Fouled up the first base line for Inciarte. Ender's bat has really perked up lately. Went through a quiet stretch earlier this month, 2 for 17. But he's now got 8 hits in his last 4 games, riding a 5-game hitting streak, 2 doubles and a home run. Veteran Jerome Williams. About 75% fastballs. There's a changeup, a very occasional curve and slider, but more than half his pitchers either 2-seam sinking fastballs or that cut fastball.
That seems to be the pitch du jour. Every few years there'll be a pitch, whether it's the split finger or the slider, and it seems like the cutter is the pitch that a lot of major leaguers are adding to their arsenal.
3 fastballs on the 4 pitches right there. 1-2 to Inciarte, misses upstairs. The veteran Tim Welke, the crew chief, is our plate umpire tonight.
And you'll notice the pink glove that Jerome Williams is wearing out there on the mound. That's to honor his mother, Deborah, who passed back in 2001 of breast cancer.
Jay Sutley has it at second base. Quickly 1 down for the Phillies. This is the lineup tonight for Chip Hale's Arizona Diamondbacks.
Ender Inciarte in center field, leading off. Mark Trumbo making his way to the plate. He'll be out in right field. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. David Peralta in left field. Yasmani Tomas, after a couple days off due to illness, back in there at third base. Chris Owings at second base. Tuffy Gosawish doing the catching with Nick Ahmed at shortstop, all behind right-hander Archie Bradley.
And Chip says he will keep going with it. Mark Trumbo batting in the 2-hole and back in there tonight. Strike 1. Notice, as Bob mentioned, that pink glove that Jerome Williams wears to honor his mom, Deborah. She was diagnosed with breast cancer when he was a freshman in high school. They were very close. Bounce to shortstop, Freddie Galvis. She passed away in 2001. He found that pink baseball glove while he was pitching in Taiwan. He has really bounced around, Jerome Williams. And so he adopted that pink glove, as Bob mentioned, to honor his mother's memory and raise awareness to fight breast cancer. 2 down for Goldie. Two of the top hitters in the National League going head-to-head in this series, Paul Goldschmidt and Freddie Galvis. Goldie at 344. That's 4th in the National League. He's 3rd in OPS. Two very different style hitters. Galvis is mostly a singles guy, kind of a slap hitter. Goldie's certainly not that. 0-1.
He slapped one off the base of the fence in center field last night.
He sure did. Dead center. This one is rolled to Galvis at shortstop. And a 10-pitch first for Jerome Williams. We are playing ball here in Philadelphia. Archie Bradley set to take the mound. Mom and Dad in the stands here. Bottom first coming up. Fifth start of the season, and his first since he was struck in the face by a line drive off the bat of the Rockies' Carlos Gonzalez on April 28th. The numbers on Archie in 4 starts this year. This, of course, includes that brief start versus Colorado. 20 innings pitched, only 9 hits allowed.
Just has missed bats consistently, either with the fastball or the curveball that we previewed in the pregame show, rather. 4-seam fastball, curveball, an occasional change up to a left-handed hitter, but he's just going to pound that fastball in there at the bottom of the zone.
As Manny Tomas in on the grass at third for the speedy leadoff man. Odubel Herrera hitting .273, doubled in last night's game, the center fielder. And this guy has been totaling some big strikeout numbers lately. He can be a wild swinger up there. 33 punch-outs in his last 30 games. 1-1.
Oh, and you can see why. He's got a lot of moving parts in that setup. Wide open stance on the inside of his right instep. Then he goes from that into a big high leg kick as he closes up his upper body. A lot of things to synchronize when you got a guy throwing as hard as Archie Bradley out there on the mound.
Strike 2. Yeah, Herrera had a big spring training with the Phillies down in Clearwater after they took him in the Rule 5 draft over the winner from the Texas Rangers. Hit .343 this spring with a couple of home runs and stole 7 bases. Little roller to second base. Chris Owings has to hurry and throws him out. Ryan Sandberg, the manager for the Phillies. Here's his lineup tonight against Archie Bradley.
And we've seen Herrera at the top of the order. Freddie Galvis making his way to the plate now. He'll be at shortstop. Grady Sizemore in left field. Ryan Howard at first. Is it Mikhail Franco or Michael Franco?
Michael Franco.
Michael Franco. Excuse me, Michael. Chase Utley at second base. Jeff Francoeur out in right field. Chooch Carlos Ruiz doing the catching, and Jerome Williams on the mound.
Now Franco, one of their top prospects, just called up the big leagues yesterday. Here is Freddie Galvis, and what a year it's been. The switch hitter batting .355. He's third in the league in hitting, just ahead of Paul Goldschmidt. And look at that number, .355. Keep in mind, in his previous big league career, parts of the last 3 seasons, he hit .218. He had a big 2-run single in the 7th inning last night off Oliver Perez that tied the game 3-3. He's hit safely in 4 straight games, and 8 of his last 9. The base hits lately have been coming in bunches. But Bradley's behind 3-0. And you'll note the batting stance. Freddie Galvis gets more and more unorthodox the more success he has. He looks a lot like Herrera up there. It's a 4-pitch walk. Take a look at the Diamondbacks defensively tonight around Archie Bradley.
Have David Peralta out in left field with Ender Inciarte in center. Mark Trumbo over in right. It'll be Tomas and Ahmed on the left side of the infield. Owings and Goldschmidt on the right side. Duffy Gostowich doing the catching for right-hander Archie Bradley.
The veteran Grady Sizemore. His 2nd season in Philadelphia. Parts of 8 seasons, of course, with the Cleveland Indians, where he was an all-star in the American League 3 times. And Tuffy wants to have a conversation, and this we've seen Archie have these stretches where he gets wildly erratic and just can't find the strike zone. That's 5 straight balls.
Good meeting there by Tuffy. I mean, you have to be able to sense as a starting catcher when your guy's working a little too quickly. Maybe he's not working quickly enough. Maybe you notice something mechanically he's doing out there on the mound, but don't just hope it goes away and fixes itself. You've got to go out there and help your starting pitcher.
The 1-0 to Sizemore. In there for a strike.
Good meeting. Good meeting.
Just got a lot better. Sizemore at .234 this year, just 2 extra base hits. Getting the start in left field tonight. Phillies are a little overcrowded in their outfield, and so the personnel out there changes a lot. Got to keep an eye on Galvis over there. Short hop. Goldie kind of made the backhand stop there to keep it in front. Galvis 3 for 3 this year in stolen base attempts.
Ball hit out on the grass. That was just a self-defense move by Paul Goldschmidt to try to keep that ball from going into foul territory. A little better that time. Made it all the way in the air.
Well, a lot of questions for Archie about being back out there on the mound after what happened to him. And Archie said he watched a replay of the Gonzalez line drive over and over and over again yesterday morning. And said now it's just routine, just back to normal like it never happened. And he said he's sure he'll think about it sometimes here and there, but he's ready to pitch. There goes Galvis on the 2-1. Sizemore swings through it, and the throw goes into center field. Inciarte coming in to back up, and Galvis has the stolen base. His 4th of the year.
Pretty good jump over there by Galvis at first base. Nice throw by Tuffy. Tailed a little bit to the second base side of the bag, but Nick Ahmed avoids the sliding runner. That ball gets by him, and unfortunately Chris Owings wasn't able to get there in time to back it up. The good news is Ender Inciarte was charging straight in from center field and held the runner at second.
So a 2-2 count now on Grady Sizemore.
The Phillies don't run a lot. They've got 17 stolen bases now on the season, 15 of those coming from 3 players. Freddie Galvis with 4, Herrera with 5, and Ben Revere, who's not in the lineup tonight, with 6.
It's a period of transition with this roster. They have a fair amount of minor league talent down at AA Reading, but you've got some older players here, some younger guys. It's an interesting mix. 2-2. This is lifted in the air toward the left field corner. Peralta near the line, and he runs it down. Galvis back to the bag at second. That's the second out here in the first. Brings up the big man, Ryan Howard.
And nicely done by David. Took a quick peek to that corner, see how much room he had. Not only does he make the play, he spins around and quickly gets the ball back into third base. Galvis had gone back to second to tag up and possibly advance 90 feet, but that heads-up play by David to get it back in quickly holds him at second.
RBI chance for Ryan Howard at 231 and 7 homers. Had an RBI double in the 6th inning last night that opened up the scoring. The bat has come alive as of late after a slow start. Diamondbacks going to the defensive overshift with 3 infielders on the right-hand side. Howard sees a lot of that. 7 home runs since April 21st and leads the Phillies in slugging. This is inside, 2-0.
Howard's an unusual left-handed hitter in that he handles the high fastball pretty well. Pitches that are low and out over the plate, he'll drive to the opposite field, which is why the Diamondbacks are shading him a couple of steps the opposite way in the outfield while playing a pull shift on the infield where he's likely to hit ground balls.
Knocks that one in the seats. It's 2-1. Ryan Sandberg has said that Howard is squaring up the ball much better, getting pitches to go with that. And he's gained confidence. The at-bats have been a lot better, making good contact. That's why there is the shift on the right-hand side. There's a strike inside, 2-2. Now look back to Tim Welke.
This is a common approach against Ryan Howard. Try to tie him up inside. That one perhaps a little bit off of that inside corner, but if you're going to miss in your favor. Archie Bradley. Don't leave it out over the plate.
Archie so far 9 balls, 9 strikes. Bring him up and sit him down. Archie Bradley strikes out Howard looking, and he strands the 1-out walk. High fives all around by the Bradley family. No score here in Philly. Jackson. A live look at downtown on a muggy, overcast night at Citizens Bank Park. Set for the second inning, David Peralta leads it off for the Diamondbacks, and the Phillies go into the overshift. 3 infielders on the right-hand side for Peralta. Well, there's all kinds of room down that left field line, left center gap. Look at that. Galvis all by himself over there, the shortstop. Peralta thinks about bunting away from the shift, but that's strike 2.
Yeah, good idea leading off an inning. You just want to get a base runner on there and hopefully get something stirring offensively. They're going to give it to you. Take it.
David 282 and 4 homers. He was 1 for 4 last night.
You know, partner, I talk about it all the time. Batting practice doesn't always lead into the game, but David Peralta put on quite a show in batting practice today. He was hitting the second deck with regularity out there in right field.
A flare out to center. Herrera has it. We're up 4 down against Jerome Williams. Yeah, this is a great ballpark for batting practice.
Oh, yeah.
You will see some long. Trumbo hit a couple of bombs in that upper deck right under where it says the Citizens Bank Park, that green lettering there. He was hitting them back up there.
Yeah, the fans that were sitting up there during batting practice certainly weren't expecting a ball to land in their lap, but Mark Trumbo passed out a few souvenirs up there.
You can do a lot of damage in this ballpark. Yasmani Tomas back in the starting lineup. 283 and 8 RBIs for Tomas. 1 hit in his last 13 at bats, and the hit was a big one, that pinch single in the 8th inning Wednesday against the Nationals that gave the Diamondbacks the lead. He and Aaron Hill have been down with a little stomach virus, flu bug kind of a deal. Aaron is not in the starting lineup tonight. Tomas back in there after a pinch hit appearance in last night's game.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Tomas getting behind in the count a lot lately, and that's leading to more strikeouts. Williams misses away, and it's 2-2. When he first came up to the big leagues in the middle of April, Tomas struck out only twice in his first 32 at bats. But he's now struck out 10 times in his last 28 trips. Just gets a piece there. And he's looked a little bit more like the guy we expected to see, the guy we were told about, with real power, but will strike out from time to time. And the strikeout frequency is up lately. Good take there. It's full 3-2. Chris Owings, really hot lately on deck. Gets it up in the air and drives it out to Sizemore in left, and it is off the wall. Yasmani Tomas will have to stop it first with a long single. There's that power to left field.
Got a 3-2 changeup that time from Jerome Williams. Trying to throw it for a strike, hoping that he could get Tomas out in front, but instead Yasmani gets that front foot down, keeps his hands back, and bangs it off that wall out there in left field. Long single.
Just missed his first major league homer. Sizemore did a good job to get it back in there. So 1 on, 1 out for Owings. 254 with 2 homers. The batting average has come up about 50 points in a week. His bat has really come alive as of late. Ball 1. CO had a pair of hits here last night. 13 hits over his last 8 games, 5 of those hits for extra bases.
Now this is where you'll see Jerome Williams go almost exclusively to that 2-seam sinking fastball, trying to get that ground ball at one of his infielders, possibly turn a double play behind him. With nobody on base or with runners in scoring position, he'll use his whole arsenal, but with a runner at first, it's almost exclusively sinkers.
He should be used to this weather. He was born in Hawaii, grew up there. 1-2. Williams' last start was Monday here at Citizens Bank. A 4-3 loss to the Pirates. He went just 5 innings. And that was one start after he lasted 4 1/3 in a loss to the Braves in Atlanta. He does not go very deep into ball games, Jerome Williams. He's gone more than 6 innings only once in 7 starts. Little flare, trying to drop into right center there. Utley won't be able to track it down. And Owings has a no man's land single.
Couldn't throw it out there any better than that. Just over the head of Chase Utley in front of Jeff Francoeur out there in right field. Little jam shot, but well placed.
So the Diamondbacks with Tuffy Gozowish up at the plate have 2 on and 1 out. Tuffy hitting .228, 11 RBIs. And he's really swung the bat well lately. 0 for 3 with a walk last night. That snapped a 3-game hitting streak, but previous 9 games, Tuffy's hitting .370. He's got Tomas at second and Owings at first. And of course, Tuffy always a little more motivated to do well against the Phillies, especially here in Philadelphia. It was the Phillies, you'll recall, who picked him in the 11th round of the draft back in '05 out of ASU. And he toiled endlessly in their minor league system, never got a chance in the big leagues. Parts of 8 seasons in the Phillies organization. Out in front there, it's 1-1.
Yeah, a little extra added motivation. Not that Tuffy needs any. He's ready to play every day he comes to the ballpark, regardless of the opponent. But you always want to rub a little salt in the wound if you can with the organization that couldn't find a place for you.
That's in there for a strike. 1-2. Yeah, Tuffy mentioned that on this trip. Starting to see some little sprinkles here. A couple of systems are moving their way through across Philadelphia. And Gozowish strikes out. 2 down. First strikeout for Williams.
Yeah, with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, the Diamondbacks as a unit have really been good this year. Ranking first in the National League in average, on base percentage, and slugging percentage in this particular situation. They've scored the most 2-out runs in the National League.
Well, they need a 2-out hit right here from Nick Ahmed, who's in there at just under 160 for the year. Although Nick had a base hit and scored a run here last night. He sat safely in 3 straight. Yes, he went. Mike Everett down there at first. In the seats, 0-2. Boy, Williams so far, 31 pitches. He's only thrown 8 balls. Very efficient for a guy who has struggled to go deep into ball games this year.
Maybe throwing a lot of strikes, but very few of them have been straight over the heart of the plate. Everything is moving one direction or the other, nibbling away at the corners.
4 times this year he has lasted fewer than 6 innings in a start. He's yet to throw more than 95 pitches in any start this year. Another 0-2 to Nick Ahmed. Late time granted by Tim Welke back there. Manny Tomas having some fun with his teammates in the dugout. He bluffed a steal of third right there, and I think they're telling him to slow his roll a bit. On the previous pitch, Tomas took off for third, made it about 3 or 4 steps, and I think the whole dugout told him to stop. He's getting a lot of help. Got a lot of base coaches. Listen to him. 2-2 now. Tomas has had those moments where he's forgotten, where to hand his equipment after drawing a base on balls. He's accidentally stolen a base one time this year. It's been a little bit of an adventure as he acclimates. Tomas is at second, Owings at first. Rain's starting to fall a little harder here. Ruiz hangs on, and that's the strikeout. So Williams gets 2 on with 1 out and strikes out Gozuish and Ahmed. The Diamondbacks strand 2, no score as it's starting to rain in Philly.
Take him a bag of frozen peas and some straws so he could sip something to drink, and then to be there. And of course he made me watch the little clip at least a couple of times. Isn't this cool, Mom? No, it's not. No, but everything's okay. So no, it's not.
I caught up with Pam and Charles Bradley yesterday. That was Pam talking about when she arrived in Arizona about 4 hours after Archie was struck with that line drive. And, when I asked her a little bit later in that conversation about what do you mean by cool, she said, I just think he wanted to see how it hit him, and just a miracle it was that he wasn't injured.
Michael Franco lifts that high in the air to the right center field gap, but Mark Trumbull was there to track it down. And a quick out number 1 here in the second for Archie. Got a whole contingent here from Broken Arrow. That's a nervous mother moment, isn't it?
Oh, I would think so, yeah.
I mean, making her watch the video. Come on, that's above and beyond.
High five.
Well, the slumping Chase Utley, what a fixture this guy has been for years here, but he's hitting 124 on the season with 3 home runs. A double and a strikeout last night. And Utley's become a story here as Archie throws strike 1. He's been dropped in the batting order for the first time in about a decade. And in fact, last night, Ryne Sandberg double switched Utley out of the ball game. He's now hit 6th in back-to-back games. First time he'd hit lower than 5th in the batting order since 2005. So he has really been on the decline here at the age of 36. And Sandberg said it just to change the scenery for Utley. Let's not go crazy. The Philadelphia media, of course, just went nuts. But Sandberg said the idea here just to change Utley's mindset a little bit, change his luck, change the surroundings of who's hitting in front of him and behind him. Does that help at all, Bob?
Well, we're going to find out in this series, I guess, because it looks like that's where Chase Utley is going to have a new home with the lineup that Ryne Sandberg is running out there most often. You know, Father Time catches up with everybody. You know, Chase Utley, as you said, has been so good for so long. It's almost hard to watch a guy as he gets on the other side of the hill and the performance starts to decline.
As recently as May 8th, he was hitting .099 for the year. This one high and deep to right center, almost the same spot. Trumbo one more time, and Ciarte's there. Mark was calling him off, but Ender snuck in back there and took it for the second out.
Fly ball priority. Center fielder is in charge of everything in the outfield. Anything Ender Inciarte thinks he can get, he has priority. You can clearly see Mark Trumbo calling for it, but Ender Inciarte must have been just a little bit louder, and ultimately the right fielder gave way to the center fielder.
2 down now for Jeff Francoeur. And Archie, who really struggled to throw strikes in that first inning, has suddenly found the strike zone here in the second. Francoeur, 217 and 2 homers. He had the big hit last night here. And drives that high and deep and gone for a home run. Jeff Francoeur, his third, and it's 1-0 Philadelphia. That's the first home run in the big leagues given up by Archie Bradley. Francoeur, a pinch hit single down the third base line against Enrique Burgos last night. That gave the Phillies a 4-3 lead. And a solo homer here in the second makes it 1-0 Philadelphia.
Well, nothing has really changed for Jeff Francoeur since the day he arrived at the major leagues. He's going to swing hard with some lift, trying to get that ball in the air to his pull field, and that's exactly what he does to Archie Bradley.
And there's another aging Phillies veteran, a catcher Carlos Ruiz looks at strike one. 244, only 3 extra base hits all year.
And that pace of game initiative doesn't apply to Carlos Ruiz. Usually he doesn't even lose his foothold in that batter's box.
He doesn't even move his feet. It's amazing.
Keeps that right foot planted at the back of the right-handed batter's box. He steps in. He's ready to go. Let's play ball.
Ruiz on base twice last night in the series opener, had a single and a walk. 36 years old. Up the middle and into center, a base hit. And the Chooch chants sound from Citizens Bank. Talk about a fixture. 10 seasons in the big leagues, all with the Phillies.
Boy, that stability behind the plate with all the pitchers that have come through this Phillies organization over his tenure. They all talk about Carlos Ruiz and how easy it is to throw to him. Real student of the game, studies the opposing hitter, strengths and weaknesses. Rarely will a Philly pitcher shake him off.
Jerome Williams, the pitcher, up there with 2 outs.
0 for 11 with 6 punch outs so far on the season.
On the ground to Ahmed, and it's off the glove. It rolls into left field. Ruiz will hold at second. And that's not something you'll see very often.
Well, we'll get an opportunity to look at a replay and see if that took a bad hop on Nick Ahmed. It's so rare to see him miss anything. He just kind of climbed up the heel of his glove. Out into shallow center field. That'll be an E6 on Nick. Maybe a little more topspin than he anticipated. The ball kind of accelerated as it got to his glove, just not able to field it cleanly.
And fortunately, it was the catcher Ruiz running first to second, so no chance he was going to extend and get in there to third. But the Phillies already with 1 run in the inning. Have 2 on and 2 out for the top of the order. Odubel Herrera, the center fielder, grounded out his first time. Very wide stance at the plate, and watch for that high leg kick right there. There's the strike.
Yeah, when I saw guys with an unusual setup like Herrera has in that batter's box, I tried to make him hold that position for a long time. Wait a while before you give your sign to your pitcher. Have him hold the ball after coming into a set position. See how long Herrera can hold that very awkward looking position.
Chops it towards second, a slow roller. Now it's foul. Foul call by Tim Welke back there. Or is it?
No, I don't think so.
No? Here comes Ryan Sandberg.
Herrera was kind of jumping as he swung at that ball. This is the second time he's done this already in the game on an inside pitch, kind of trying to get his body out of the way and swing at the same time.
Yeah, I think they're trying to contend that it hit him. Phillies are looking at a possible review. But yeah, that's not reviewable. And that's it. So that is the end of the inning. Through 2, Phillies lead it 1-0. Cox Giga Blast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. Phillies strike first. Jeff Rancour, a solo homer with 2 outs in the second. Rain coming down, humid and overcast here. Thunderstorms in the area. The home run for Francoeur is 3rd of the year. Archie Bradley stranded 2 there to keep it a 1-0 game, and now Archie will lead off the 3rd against Jerome Williams.
Well, partner, I'm glad I brought my jacket tonight. Thought it might be a little chilly.
It was chilly here sitting in the stands last night. You needed a jacket, but it is muggy tonight. Archie 1 for 8 on the year. So Bradley, Inciarte, Trumbo 9-1-2 in the Arizona 3rd. Oh, 1 to Archie. Phillies have seen a big difference in Jerome Williams home and away this year. Williams' ERA in 3 starts on the road has been over 8, but here at Citizens Bank, 4 starts and a 3.42 ERA. And he's ahead of Bradley 1-2. Pretty big difference right there.
Yeah, huge difference. And this is a ballpark most pitchers don't like to pitch in. The ball really jumps.
He strikes out Bradley. 3 straight strikeouts now for Williams.
Well, Diamondbacks fans will forgive you if you are thinking to yourself, I've seen this guy somewhere before. Well, yeah, his last 5 appearances against the D-backs, tonight for the Phillies, June 9th of 2014 for the Astros, April 6th of 2007 for the Washington Nationals, back in 05 of July, the Cubs, and his original team, #1 draft pick for the Giants back in '99. This guy's been around.
Ciarte knocks that into the seats. Yeah, Jerome Williams, in each of his last 5 appearances against the Diamondbacks, a different uniform every time. His 10th season in the big leagues, and to call him a journeyman would be something of an understatement. First round pick in '99 by the Giants, as Bob mentioned, out of high school in Hawaii. And they're 0 for 1 so far. Giants traded Williams to the Cubs as part of a deal for LaTroy Hawkins. Waived and picked up by the A's, released and signed with Washington. And one hopper, a nice stop there by Galvis with a backhander, 2 down. He was with the Nationals for a while, Williams, went 0-5 in 6 starts back in '07, and then did not pitch in the big leagues again for 4 years. As he traveled through the minor leagues, the Twins, the Dodgers, the A's again, even played independent ball. He pitched in Taiwan, and finally was back in the majors with the Angels. Last year alone, he pitched for the Astros, the Rangers, and finally the Phillies, and did very well here late in the year with Philadelphia. He actually went 4-2 in 9 starts with the Phillies last season, a 2.83 ERA, and he is back here this year.
Well, he's got a ways to go to catch up with former Diamondback Mike Morgan, who pitched for 12 different teams in his 22-season career.
In the hole and into left, a base hit for Trumbo. 3rd hit for the Diamondbacks tonight.
Yeah, all those appearances for Jerome Williams with different ball clubs against the Diamondbacks. Only Cliff Pennington has an official at bat against him on the current roster. Goldie did face him once and walked, but Cliff Pennington the only guy to record an official at bat. That just speaks to how quickly rosters turn over and guys come and go.
Well, here is Goldie. Rounded out his first time up. Had the biggest hit last night for the Diamondbacks, that 2-run double that gave them the lead late in the ball game. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. And Goldie over his last 16 games, batting nearly .420 with 12 extra base hits. Once again, a little roller to Galvis at short. They go the short way for the force on Trumbo, and that's the inning. Bottom 3rd from the bank. Diamondbacks trailing 1-0. Mentioned this earlier. Previous 3 seasons for Freddie Galvis, a .218 hitter. This year, .355, third best in the National League. And he has really altered his batting stance. He walked and stole the bases first time up and had the big hit in last night's ball game. And this year the Phillies decided to give Galvis the shortstop job, and he is running away with it. Doesn't have any real power. Never walked a whole lot, but his batting stance changes have really resulted in more line drives and fewer strikeouts. In fact, Galvis struck out about 23% of the time last year. This year, down under 10. Says he sees the ball a lot better batting this way. 1-2.
He's had a real good look at both of Archie Bradley's primary pitches. The curveball for a called strike comes right back with a fastball down the middle for a called strike. Tries to rush him upstairs with another heater.
Well, Steve Henderson is the Phillies hitting coach. He's the guy that went to Galvis and said, look, we want you to hit the ball on the ground, line drives and grounders. And that's what they started doing with this new batting stance, getting that front foot down early. And he shoots that one just foul down the third baseline. He used to have that big high leg kick like Odubel Herrera does, but now that front foot gets down a lot earlier.
Yeah, just a little toe tap. Kind of puts it down on the ground, and then a very short stride that allows him to stay back, recognize pitches a little bit better, which perhaps explains the lowered strikeout rate. Seeing the ball much better.
Yeah, Henderson told him, if you're going to make good contact, you have to have that front foot down. You can't have it still up in the air. And that's what he tries to do. He's become very effective at it. You just saw that, just trying to slap it on the ground for base hits. And as a 2-hole hitter, he's become very effective at getting the ball in play, which is what you're looking for. 2-2 now. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up.
And to counteract that, that's what you want to do. You saw Archie Bradley go up the ladder there with another fastball up and out over the plate. You want him to hit the ball in the air to the opposite field. Doesn't have the kind of pop to really hit it over anybody's head. If you can get him to hit the ball in the air, you got a real good chance to get him out.
4 foul balls with 2 strikes for Galvis, and he looks at ball 3. It's full. It's a tough out up there at 355, that's for sure. 10th pitch of the at-bat on the way. Ball 4. Second walk in the ball game, both to Freddie Galvis. Brings up Grady Sizemore. Sizemore flied out his first time. Archie Bradley, there was a lot of discussion about, getting back out there on the mound after what happened to him. Would there be any fear on Archie's part? He's been through just about everything they could put him through while he's been sitting out here. He had 3 rounds of concussion tests, passed them all with flying colors, he said. Bullpen sessions, a simulated game since the sinus fracture. In that sim game, he actually had a comebacker hit right back to him on the mound by Cliff Pennington. And Archie said, all right, got 1 hit back to me. That's over with. Let's get back and let's get going here. And that simulated game was just before the start of the series against the Nationals. He threw 60 pitches. Having problems finding the strike zone here. Archie said in that simulated game the most encouraging thing for him was when he did get back out there on the mound at Chase Field facing hitters. He wasn't timid. Said he didn't feel scared or feel like he had to protect himself any more than he normally does. So that's a very good sign. There's a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, everything looks the same for Archie Bradley. If you're looking for something that maybe would tip off that he's worried about another ball coming back his direction, there have been no signs of it here in the early going. Delivery looks exactly the same as it did before the Carlos Gonzalez line drive.
This is down and in, 2-1. Yeah, I guess you would worry, Bob, about that altering his mechanics somehow.
Yeah, cutting your pitches short to make sure you're in a good defensive position after you've been smoked in the face by a 115-mile-an-hour line drive. It's only human nature to want to protect yourself, but Archie, as I said, looks exactly as he did before the incident.
2-1 to Sizemore. Well, Archie said, and we speculated about this, and he admitted that after the comebacker, you know, he's been hit many times under the chin making a throw as a quarterback and had to get back up, and he really feels that this situation is very similar to that. Same mentality. You got to be tough, wipe it from your memory, and just keep playing. And physically, he's not scared of it happening. Mentally, he's not either, he says. And he said that's just the kind of wall that you have to get over. You can't be scared when you're out there trying to get guys out. Elvis already has one stolen base tonight. So all of this entire process, the sinus fracture and then the way Archie has navigated this, I think is about as encouraging as the Diamondbacks could have hoped for. That's in the seats, 2-2.
When you ask old-time baseball players about injuries when they played the game, they'll all tell you, well, that's when I was young and dumb. And I think a certain amount of that works in Archie's favor. You know, what the heck? I got hit in the face. Big deal. Let's play ball.
I mean, when you're making your mom watch the videotape over and over, I think you're pretty good. 2-2 pitch. Galvis holds it first, then is on the ground and into right, a base hit. First two have reached in the Philadelphia third, and here comes Ryan Howard.
Sizemore taking advantage of that hole on the right side, just kind of rolled over that ball, little grounder just out of the reach of Chris Owings. Looked like Galvis had thoughts about hitting for third base, but Mark Trumbo got to that ball quickly and stopped him at second base.
Well, Ryan Howard struck out looking to end the first, his first time up tonight. Archie right at 50 pitches, 30 for strikes, 20 balls. And it'll work to Howard with 2 on and nobody out. Howard really picking up the offensive pace in May after a slow April. Gets this one high and deep to right. Trumbo at the wall, and he can't get it. The runners had to hold up. They will wave Galvis home. Relay is cut off, and it's 2-0 Phillies. They stop Sizemore at third, and Howard's in at second with his 7th double.
With first look, it looked like a catchable ball out there in right field for Mark Trumbo. Kind of lost track of where he was on the field as he approached that out-of-town scoreboard. Just stuck his glove up in the air. That's just a new ballpark. Only the second game the Diamondbacks have played here this year. Obviously, last night being the first time, and I think Trumbo thought he was a lot closer to that scoreboard than he really was.
Mike Harkey. Michael Franco will be the hitter. Their third baseman of the future. He's called up to the big leagues yesterday. Flying out his first time, swung at the first pitch.
Part of the Phillies' struggles this year can be traced to hitting with runners in scoring position, although Ryan Howard banged that double off the wall there to get a man home. Only the Reds have a worse batting average with runners in scoring position in the National League this year. They're last in slugging, last in OPS, and last in RBI in these situations with runners in scoring position.
Well, this is a bat that they like a lot, Franco. Considered to be their future at third base, a top prospect. They believe he can be a 25 to 30 homer a year guy and a plus defender at third. Archie's behind 2-0. 2 on, nobody out. 2-0 Phillies. 3-0.
I never thought I'd say this with Chase Utley in the on-deck circle, but you might think about going ahead and walking Franco to set up a potential inning-ending double play. Or rather, there's a nobody out. I'm sorry, I thought there was one down, but Utley's grounded into 5 double plays this year.
Well, times have changed. 3-0. A 4-pitch walk loads the bases with no outs. Third walk issued by Archie Bradley. J.C. Ramirez, the former Philly, starts throwing to the Diamondback bullpen. Utley flying out to center his first time up. Grady Sizemore is the runner at third, Ryan Howard at second, and Franco at first. All this, you'll recall, set up by Galvis's 10-pitch at bat. A leadoff walk in this inning. Archie really struggling right now, trying to find that command.
I think occasionally Archie has the same issues that Wade Miley used to have. Miley liked to work quickly between pitches, but occasionally he would work quickly while he was pitching. His arm didn't have an opportunity to catch up with his body, and he couldn't find the strike zone. I think occasionally Archie falls into that trap as well.
There's the strike, 2-1. We've heard about that before with Archie. Very athletic guy out there, but also a big guy, and part of the problem with his command has been getting all the parts to synchronize. The lower half, the upper half, the legs, the arms. Center field. Drops in front of Inciarte. Runners had to hold. Sizemore scores. 3-0 Phillies. First 5 Phillies hitters have reached against Archie Bradley in the third.
The rain is really coming down now. That's going to send the fans scurrying for some cover.
Chip Hale is going to make the move. Archie tonight has thrown 59 pitches, and he's only recorded 6 outs. Brown's crew now talking with plate umpire Tim Welke back there, and that will end Archie Bradley's night. D-backs trail at 3-0. Back after this. In the forecast, couple of systems moving through Philadelphia, and the tarp is coming on the field. And the Phillies have the bases loaded, nobody out. 2 runs in the bottom of the third, and Archie Bradley's night is already over.
Yeah, really struggled with his command tonight, more so than we've seen him in his other starts this year, when he could throw that fastball for a strike pretty much whenever he wanted. Really struggled to find the zone consistently in 2 innings plus tonight.
So the tarp is on the field, and hopefully this will be a quick one. It's supposed to move through here, and then something else behind it later on tonight. So hopefully, fans, this is just a brief delay, and we can resume the ball game here in the 3rd inning. In the meantime, we're going to roll out the 10th inning for you. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson here at Citizens Bank Park. As soon as we have some news about when we can expect to play ball again, we'll pass it along to you. In the meantime, enjoy the 10th inning, and hopefully we'll be back soon playing baseball here in Philly. Fans, welcome back to Citizens Bank Park. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly, Jody Jackson with you. J.C. Ramirez, the former Philly, on the mound for the Diamondbacks, and we are set to resume this ball game after just about an hour and 20-minute rain delay. And Ramirez, down 3-0, inherits a bases-loaded, no-out mess. And Jeff Francoeur, who homered in his first at-bat tonight against Archie Bradley, takes inside for ball one. Ryan Howard is the runner at third, Franco at second, and Utley at first. Ramirez Sunday against the Padres, 39 pitches. It is a 1 hour and 17-minute rain delay. A ton of water on the field, Bob, and this crew did a tremendous job of pushing it out of the way, and we're told the field drains very well here. Well,
it better, because there was a lot of precipitation on the field, on the warning tracks. The dugouts at one point were flooding on the third base side of the field, so a lot of moisture. See if that affects the play the rest of the way.
Bounce to shortstop. Ahmed Owings, Goldie, they roll it. Howard scores from third, and the Phillies take a 4-0 lead. So Ramirez comes in, trades the run for 2 outs, as the Diamondbacks turn 2 behind him.
6-4-3 routine double play that time. Good feed by Nick Ahmed, allowed Chris Owings to complete the relay throw on to first and avoid the sliding runner.
So after the Francoeur solo homer in the second, so far it's a 3-run Philly third. Franco, the runner at third, 2 down for Ruiz, who singled his first time up. If you're just joining us, Archie Bradley just did not have it tonight. Really struggled throwing strikes. A 1-out walk in the first, got out of that okay. Francoeur, a 2-out homer in the second. He walked Galvis to open up the third. Sizemore singled. Howard doubled. Franco walked. Utley an RBI single. And that was it for Bradley. And just as Ramirez was coming into the game, the skies just opened up. An hour and 17-minute rain delay. And now the Phillies have added a 4th run here. 1-1 on Carlos Ruiz. Center field, Inciarte coming in. And he runs it down. They strand the run at third, but they get 3 in the inning. We go to the 4th, back playing ball, but the Diamondbacks trail 4-0. Next Sunday, May 24th, the D-backs and the Cubs, Memorial Day weekend. And what better way to spend it than with us at the ballpark at Chase Field. First 20,000 fans to the game on Sunday the 24th. Get this D-backs fedora courtesy of Gila River Casinos. Get your tickets right now at dbacks.com. Top four, and the veteran Jerome Williams back out there after an hour and 17-minute rain delay. He'll work to Peralta, Tomas, and Owings, 4, 5, and 6 in the Arizona fourth. So far, 3 innings, 3 hits, and 3 strikeouts for Williams, who's got a 4-0 lead. The shift is on for Peralta, who flied out to center his first time up.
I think if you were looking at a young pitching prospect for the Phillies, he probably wouldn't have returned to the mound after an hour and 17-minute rain delay. But Jerome Williams, the grizzled veteran, probably talked his way back onto the mound.
Bounce to first. Howard has it. Williams covers, and they retire Peralta to open up the fourth. Yeah, Williams has been around, as we've documented, 33 years old. And, well, let's be frank, they're not worried if he has trouble coming.
Yeah.
I mean, you take what you can get.
Yeah, with a young prospect, you always err on the side of caution. But, with a 33-year-old veteran.
Go get him.
Go get him.
Yasmani Tomas now. It's a cruel game. Tomas, a base hit his first time up. Just missed his first major league home run. Hit it high off the wall in left field, but was held to a long single. Williams about to throw his 50th pitch. Popped up along the right field line. A lot of foul ground over there. Howard, Utley, and Utley runs it down. Chase Utley with a nice play.
A lot of salary chasing that foul ball. Ultimately, Chase Utley calls off Ryan Howard, makes a nice running catch over there before crashing into the seats.
2 outs now. The red-hot Chris Owings. Williams at 50 pitches and 37 for strikes. Owings singled his first time. Batting average up 50 points in a week. And counting tonight, CO last 9 games has 14 hits, 5 of them for extra bases. And he's at 261 on the year. Boy, he is just really barreling up the ball lately. Chris Owings looks like a different guy, Bob, over the last week.
Boy, short and quick to the ball. He's letting it travel as opposed to leaping out there after the ball, trying to attack it way out in front of home plate, trusting his hands are quick enough to get to the ball. And you're right, he's been hitting them on the barrel with consistency.
He's 2 for 2. A 2-out single brings up Tuffy Gozowicz, who struck out his first time. Knocks it to Utley at second, and it's off the glove. Owings will hold at second. A very slow roller. Utley had to go a long way over to his left to get it. I think they're going to charge him an error there. E4.
5th error of the season for Chase Utley. That ball was cued off the end of the bat, it appeared. A lot of side English. Utley got to it in good shape, just didn't get the glove down on the dirt. It sneaks underneath. Right there. Make it hurt. Make it hurt.
2 on, 2 out for Nick Ahmed. Owings at second, Gozowicz at first. Ahmed struck out his first time. Nick has hit safely in 3 straight. Had a base hit and scored a run last night.
Well, we have a moment here. Let's take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the game. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Double down. Diamondbacks have the most 2-out runs in the National League. And where in the world is the brotherly love? Since this ballpark opened in 2004, the Diamondbacks are 11-24 here at Citizens Bank Park.
Over the last 10 years, they've played 1 series here. Every year, they have won just 1 of those 10 series. Ahmed down 0-2. Diamondbacks bullpen is busy. Andrew Chafin is throwing right now in the Arizona pen. And Aaron Hill, as you saw a moment ago, is on deck. He would hit for the pitcher, J.C. Ramirez. Base hit for Ahmed. They will wave Owings home. Sizemore's throw is cut off. Diamondbacks on the board. It's 4-1. RBI single for Nick Ahmed.
Here's one of those 2-out runs we were looking for. Nick Ahmed with a clean single through that left side, and you get the feeling that at least initially here, third base coaches for both teams, you can see a little bit of a rooster tail flying up behind that ball. Send him. It's going to be tough to get a solid grip on that baseball once it rolls through the grass.
Diamondbacks tonight with 3 2-strike hits. Ryan Sandberg, or Bob McClure, pardon me, the pitching coach, going out to the mound, as Aaron Hill will hit for Ramirez. I imagine, Bob, that you would rather have had Ramirez go deeper into the ball game, especially after the early exit by Archie Bradley, but you've got a chance here to get back in this game, so I guess you have to hit for him.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, you could have made a double switch when you brought Ramirez into the game, but it would have involved taking either Goldie, Trumbo, or Inciarte out of the ball game, and it's way too early for that kind of a move.
Well, Aaron Hill has really hit the ball well lately. He was not here last night. Picked up that stomach bug. Diamondbacks looking for another 2-out hit as Hill hits for Ramirez at .284 now and 3 homers. Aaron has hit safely in 10 of his last 12 games. Hits this one high in the air near the right field line. A long run for Francoeur, but he runs it down. And the Diamondbacks strand 2, but they get one back. Bottom 4 coming up. Nick Ahmed, a 2-out RBI single. D-backs trail at 4-1.
Score here at Citizens Bank Park, where the Diamondbacks have struggled over the last decade. I asked Chip Hale about that. He said, well, number one, there were some pretty good teams there, especially in that 07, 08, 09 era. Now, I asked, though, what about the last couple of years? He said, look, sometimes you just have a bad feeling when you come to a ballpark. He said, I wasn't here, but it doesn't seem like it is like that with this group. But one thing that he said to his team coming on this trip, Phillies, Marlins, he said, look, we're entertainers. You have a chance to impress the fans here when you're in a different spot here on the East Coast. He said, you know, sometimes you have to go out there and try to entertain the fans, show off what you have. So he gave that message to his team to go out there and put their best foot forward here in a place where, as you can see, they've struggled mightily over the last few years.
Yeah, Jody, 4-15 here since 2009. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks. He pitched in last night's ball game. Andrew Chafin, the left-hander, works to Jerome Williams. The pitcher leads off the Philly fourth. Chafin last night worked 2/3 of an inning, only threw 7 pitches, so he should be able to give them at least a couple of innings here tonight. His 15th appearance, 1-0, a 4.19 ERA.
Yeah, good to see the Diamondbacks offense come out and put a run on the board right away after the delay. Sometimes after sitting around for over an hour, it's kind of tough to get that motor started again. Your adrenaline's already been flowing. You're already psyched up to start the ball game, and then you have to put it on hold for over an hour. Good to see the Diamondbacks come out and put a run on the board right away.
An hour and 17-minute rain delay. Clear skies overhead, we're told, and Nick Ahmed boots one for the second time tonight. Well, Nick Ahmed has been absolutely flawless defensively all season long. But he's had a tough night here tonight.
Both errors coming on Jerome Williams, the opposing pitcher. He just didn't get his glove down that time. Came up a little bit too high. The ball hit the webbing of the glove and just dropped right below him.
One error all season long coming into the ball game for Nick, but he's made 2 now in 3+ innings. Odubel Herrera, the center fielder, steps in now with Williams at first. Herrera 0 for 2. He has twice grounded out to second base. Shows bunt. Chafin fields it, turns and gets the force on Williams at second. And Herrera's aboard at first with 1 out.
Good awareness there by Andrew Chafin, knowing who's running at first base. Jerome Williams over there. He's paid to pitch, not to run the bases. He had time to wheel around, throw a strike to Nick Ahmed at second to get the lead runner, but now you got to deal with Herrera over there at first base.
And Galvis hitting .355, third in the league in hitting coming into the ball game, is the hitter. The switch hitting Galvis will bat from the right-hand side against the lefty Chafin. He has walked twice, stolen a base, and scored a run.
Boy, Galvis has to know exactly where he is in that right-handed batter's box. That setup that he has with the left foot way opened up. He's nearly out of the batter's box. That time the right foot came to rest right on top of the chalk. Any part of your foot contacting any part of the line, you're considered to be in the box. He's really playing with it right there.
He's got maybe a spike on that line. Well, he has never walked a whole lot, but as a 2-hole hitter with his new batting stance, he's become very good at getting the ball into play. A modified stance and approach at the plate, just trying to hit the ball on the ground, but this open stance, he says, lets him recognize more pitches. Here's a strike, 1-1. As a result, he does swing at pitches, especially breaking balls, outside the strike zone, but he's not striking out. He will chase outside the zone, but somehow finds a way to make contact. And he says when they do throw him those breaking pitches, he can recognize them better. And when he sees the fastball, he can swing away and hit it. And he's done that at .355 on the year. 2-1 now. Steve Henderson is the hitting coach here. These two are in the cage, we're told, every day working on Galvis hitting breaking balls. Slaps it foul, 2-2.
Well, the only reason I know that rule about the batter's box and the foot, if any part of the foot's in contact with any part of the line, you're considered in the box, because Gonzo used to always have his back foot barely touching the back line of the box. And, you know, the umpires would always have to tell the other team he's in the box. If his toe is touching the line, he's considered to be in the box. Starts with that wide open stance, nearly out of the batter's box on that right side, but then quickly closes up. Has that foot down on the ground as Chafin is delivering the pitch to home plate.
And he's become a tough out. Struck out 23% of the time last year. This year, less than 10% of the time. And the line drive rate for Galvis this year is more than doubled. Phillies decided to give Galvis the shortstop job. Jimmy Rollins, of course, now in LA, and Galvis is running away with it. Herrera holds Fields at first. This is in the air again along the right field line, but out of play. And in the last 2 at bats, Galvis has now seen 16 pitches. He's a perfect 2-hole hitter. Walked on 4 straight his first time up against Archie Bradley and promptly stole second base.
Now it looks like Galvis is trying to shoot that ball through the right side of the infield. Continues just to get underneath it and loft foul balls into the bleachers on the right side. You'll see he closes up to a square position and then a stride after that.
We talked about that earlier, that quick front foot. He gets it down a lot sooner. He used to have a big high front leg kick. Another 2-2. Popped him up behind home plate. It's in the seats.
We've seen Galvis try to take shots to the right side of the field here with a runner at first and a big hole on the right side. Look how shallow Mark Trumbo is playing out there in right field. Now backing up a few steps, but it looks like he wants to come in and field a ground ball through that hole on the right side and throw him out at first.
Well, Galvis has only 4 extra base hits all year, so he has become the definition of a slap hitter. And the outfield,
and as a right-handed hitter, he slaps a lot of them to the opposite field, which is why Mark Trumbo is shading over toward the line and shallow.
10th pitch of the at-bat coming up. That's another one. Well, there's a reason he's hitting .355. Galvis has hit safely in 4 straight, 8 of his last 9. 11th pitch of the at-bat coming up. He had the big 2-run single in the 7th inning last night off Oliver Perez that tied it 3-3. Uncle.
About this, partner, young Michael Franco has seen 14 pitches in 6 plate appearances this season. He was just called up the other day. This guy's seen 21 in his last 2 at-bats.
Herrera still holding in first. This is bounced. Guess what? Foul right to Juan Samuel.
What else?
This has become a mini-series. Well, the fans waited around an hour and 17 minutes to see some baseball again, and they're getting a whole night's worth in this at-bat.
Well, they love Freddie Galvis now, but if he happens to ground into a double play, they'll boo him right off the field.
Guys, at-bats have become longer than the last rain delay. Another 2-2. Got him. Well, Andrew earned that one. First strikeout for Chafin. And how about this in Philadelphia? After a strikeout, a Phillies batter is going back to the dugout to a round of applause.
I wouldn't try to do it a second time, though. These are the fans that booed Hall of Famer Michael Jack Schmidt. Big, slow breaking ball that time from Andrew Chafin. Galvis was on every fastball he threw, fouling him off to the right side. So take a little bit off, get him out in front.
I will never boo Mike Schmidt after what happened during the rain delay up here.
Oh, what happened?
Grady Sizemore singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Well, they have some of the probably the best ice cream in the big leagues here at the press box, but they closed it during the game. So I said, well, I got a rain delay. Let me just sneak over there and see if the ice cream is open. It was closed. There was one guy in line. It was Mike Schmidt. Mike Schmidt wanted some ice cream. So guess what? Mike Schmidt got some ice cream. And when they opened it up, that's when IBB swooped in.
Nice.
With you behind me.
Sensed that opening.
That you were the closer there. So I jumped in there, had some Dutch chocolate during the rain delay, thanks to Mike Schmidt. And you, Frank the ice cream guy. Yes, sir, Mr. Schmidt, whatever you want.
So you were sandwiched by two guys from Ohio University. That's why it got done.
You broke all his records.
Well,
some of them.
Some of them. Tied a couple, and then I was immediately wiped out of the record book the next year. So, and he only went on to hit about, I don't know, 500 or so more homers than I did.
Well, who's counting?
Actually, he hit 457 more homers.
Isn't it great when guys jump in with the exact number?
Thanks, I needed that. Yeah.
1-1 to Sizemore. Broken bat, base hit into center. And the broken end of that bat almost got Andrew Chafin that time. Sizemore 2 for 3. There's the great Mike Schmidt, center of your screen there, doing Phillies TV tonight. And, well, he's already finished his ice cream. So.
Yeah. And Diamondbacks fans, I'm sure, recognize Ben Davis on the left there.
Easy. That's still a sore spot.
One of the greatest bunters of all time.
See, that's exactly. It's a little late in the game.
I know.
Just a little late in the game. Ryan Howard, an RBI double. He scored a run. He's 1 for 2. Part of that 3-run Philly third. Herrera is the runner at second. And Sizemore first. Howard 4 homers, 10 RBIs in the first month of this season, but he hit barely over 180 in April. There was a point about midway through last month where he was dropped to 7th in the batting order for the first time in almost 9 years. But he has picked up the pace lately. Down the first base line, a fair ball for Goldie. And that's the inning. Chafin strands 2. We go to the 5th. Diamondbacks trail the Phillies 4-1.
Where the Phillies used to play, they had a replica of the Liberty Bell hanging on the 4th level, way out past center field. And on this day in baseball history, Greg Luzinski, the baby bull, hit the Liberty Bell up there in the 4th deck in center field against Bert Hooton and the Cubs. It was the only run the Phillies scored that day as they lost to the Cubs 8-1.
Now, of course, they have here at the new ballpark, Bull's Barbecue behind right field, which is always a highlight of coming to Citizens Bank Park. Ender Inciarte leads off the 5th. Ender so far 0 for 2. Don't see too many Greg Luzinski types anymore in this era of on-base percentage and all that stuff. Just a big fat guy that used to hit a lot of home runs. I mean,
Hide him in the corner outfield, put him at first base where he doesn't have to move too much, and let him swing as hard as he can.
Boy, he could just belt him. That's a good shot out there. Bull's Barbecue at the ballpark.
And Greg Luzinski looked more like a pulling guard in the NFL. You know, big square-bodied guy, wasn't real tall.
Inciarte rolls it up the middle for a base hit. Leadoff man aboard for the Diamondbacks, and the heart of the order coming up.
Fans may have noticed when Ryan Howard takes his at bat a similarity between Mark Trumbo and Ryan Howard in their setup. They both stand there holding the bat in their front hand, kind of using it as a measuring stick as that pitcher's out on the mound getting his signs before they finally get in their hitting position. Right there.
Mark singled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. And Trumbo really putting up some impressive numbers over his last 14 games. He's at 286 on the year. Last 14 games, 13 RBIs, 10 extra base hits, including 5 home runs. He has really come alive ever since he was put into that 2-hole in the order by Chip Hale, and Chip says he's going to keep going with it because it's working. Misses away. It's 2-0. Mark had a big game in that National Series Tuesday at Chase Field. Homer twice. The first one off Steven Strasburg. Well, he could do a lot of damage in this ballpark. Ooh. This is a hitter's haven here. Three and 0. Goldie on deck. There's a strike. 3-1. Tim Welke behind the plate.
Boy, a lot of late movement there on that sinker from Jerome Williams. He might have just nipped the bottom of the knees, but Carlos Ruiz didn't do Tim Welke any favors the way he caught that pitch.
Big swing and a miss. It's full 3-2. Williams about 75% fastballs. He's got the 2-seam and the cutter. Got a 4-seamer as well, but doesn't get very many swings and misses with that pitch. It's below average velocity and usually gets some fly balls, but guys are able to get it up in the air.
And usually the second and third time around, it swings in favor of the offense. 254 opponent's batting average first time through the lineup, jumps up to 362 the second time and 325 the third time through the order.
This is the third time through the order against Williams for the Diamondbacks hitters. 3-2 to Trumbo. Inciarte off first. Got him. That's 4 strikeouts for Jerome Williams. 1 away in the 5th. He really did a good job on keeping the ball down there.
Keeping it down, down, down. The last pitch a cutter after a series of sinking, tailing fastballs.
He's got the 2-seamer and he's got the cutter, so he's got the baseball moving in 2 different directions, right?
Yeah, I mean, Greg Maddux used to talk about drawing X's on the corner of the plate. The sinker going across one way, the cutter coming back the other way, and the ability to put it on both sides of the plate.
Goldie skies one deep to left. Sizemore at the track, at the wall, and that ball is gone. A home run. Paul Goldschmidt, his 10th, and it's a 1-run ball game.
Afraid that one might bring rain again. He hit it so high in the air, there was no doubt it would clear the fence. It was just a question of would it get out there far enough. Watch this ball come off the bat, straight up in the air. That's a strong man to hit a ball that high in the air and get that kind of carry to get it into the bleachers in left field.
His 10th home run, RBIs 31 and 32 for Goldie, and the Diamondbacks are back within one. It's 4-3. And now Carlos Ruiz out to the mound to slow the ball game down as David Peralta steps up. This is usually about where Williams kind of hits the wall. He does not go very deep into games, as we mentioned earlier. Justin DeFreitas will start throwing, the right-hander. Williams has gone more than 6 innings only once in 7 starts this year, and 4 times he has lasted fewer than 6 innings. Bob McClure, the pitching coach, once again.
Slowly walking out to the mound, trying to give DeFreitas as much opportunity to get loose in that bullpen as he possibly can.
Williams has not thrown more than 95 pitches in a start this year. He's at 69 right now, but keep in mind also the hour and 17-minute rain delay in the middle of this thing. And that can't be easy. And now Tim Welke is going to walk out there and break this up.
You know what Tim Welke's going to tell him? He's going to say, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
That would be unusual.
It would be.
I'd like to see the reaction. Do they feed the umpires during the rain delay? Maybe he's hungry.
They probably do. I'm sure they've got some grub in there.
Peralta so far 0 for 2. Ball 1. David 1 for 4 last night. Last 15 games, he's hitting nearly .350. Phillies once again in the overshift. 3 defenders on the right-hand side of the infield, and he hits right into the shift. Utley's there. Held high hop. An easy play for the second out. Brings up Tomas. Monty Tomas. 1 for 2. He singled in the second. 10 a.m. back home in the Valley for our ball game tomorrow. The series finale and hopefully the rubber game. The Diamondbacks can come back and win this one. Josh Comenter for the D-backs and Sean O'Sullivan for the Phillies, a pair of right-handers. And then it's off to Miami for 4 against the Marlins. By the way, did you see the ball that Giancarlo Stanton hit today at Marlins Park?
Another one?
I think it was about 480 to dead center. Unbelievable. So we'll get a long up close and personal look at Giancarlo Stanton next week. Here's a strike. One and one. Like he broke his bat. Slow roller. Franco at third. And the rookie throws it out. But the Diamondbacks get back in the ball game. It's 4-3 here. Paul Goldschmidt, his 10th, high, deep, and gone. And it's a 4-3 ball game in Philly. For your chance to win a trip to the MLB All-Star Game on Fox for you and 3 of your friends. Just upload 2 photos of yourself at foxsports.com/fantasticallstar. Now through June the 3rd, the All-Star Game coming up. It's a Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati this summer on Fox. Maikel Franco has flat out and walked. He's 0 for 1. Franco, Utley, Francoeur 5, 6, and 7 in the Philly 5th. Knocks it into center, a base hit. Franco's first hit this year, just called up for the minor leagues yesterday. And this guy is the future at third base in Philadelphia. Cody Ashe, who played a lot there last year, is down to the minor leagues. He's being converted into a left fielder, so Franco can take over at third. Here comes Mike Herky.
We saw Bob McClure take that long, slow walk out of the first base dugout. Now it's Mike Harkey's turn to stall for a little bit of time as he walked out to the mound there. We saw some stirring in the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Enrique Burgos will start throwing. He was in the ball game last night. Now here comes Tim Welke to tell him about the pizza.
Now it's time for a timeless moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. We all know about the flying Molina brothers behind the plate. Well, Jose and Benji were playing against each other as the Angels faced the Blue Jays, and each brother stole a base off of the other one. Jose in the 4th and Benji in the 7th, and Benji and Jose aren't exactly speed demons.
Or svelte either.
The element of surprise was working in their favor.
Always fun to play America's favorite game. Name that Molina.
Name that Molina.
Chase Utley, an RBI single his last time up. He's 1 for 2. And look at the batting average. 130 on the year, even with that base hit his last time up. Hitting lower than 5th in the batting order for the first time since 2005. And Utley's contract status for next year with the Phillies depends on how much he plays this year. If he gets 500 plate appearances, his $15 million club option for next season automatically vests. And he was on pace, hitting higher in the order for just about 550 plate appearances this year. But dropping down obviously would change all that. 1-2. That's all up to Ryan Sandberg, who said he just wanted to create a change of scenery in the batting order for Utley, trying to get him going. His 13th season in the big leagues, all with the Phillies. Last year, at his age 35 season, Utley was an all-star for the first time since 2010. Slow start this year. That's a fair ball down the right field line. Franco will head for third. Trumbo picks it up in the corner. They're going to wave Franco all the way in from first base. Here's the throw, and he's in there. 5-3 Phillies, an RBI for Utley, his second RBI hit tonight. RBI double for Chase Utley. That's his 3rd double this year. Takes 3rd on the throw.
Right over the bag at first. Chafin left a pitch up on the inside part of the plate. Utley rolled over it, hit a ground ball, but got it by Goldie down into that corner. By the time Trumbo gets it in the corner, relays it on to Chris Owings. Just too much speed that time from Franco. Comes all the way around from first base. Kind of remind you of the Sarge, Gary Matthews, flipping that helmet off between third and home.
And that's going to be it for Andrew Chafin. Chip Hale really trying to piece together a bullpen game here in what is now a 5-3 ball game. Back after this. brought to you in part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, greatness in, greatness out, now available at your local Fry's. In Philadelphia, Diamondbacks pitchers so far have recorded only 12 outs, but they're on their fourth pitcher of the ball game. Enrique Burgos, who worked 1 2/3 innings in last night's series opener, on to face Jeff Francoeur. Francoeur hit a solo homer off Archie Bradley back in the second. He's 1 for 2. The home run is third of the year. Burgos last night, 18 pitches. This is his 8th appearance this year.
This is setting up for another Josh Coleman long outing tomorrow. A lot of relief innings the last 2 nights, and still more to go in this ball game.
And whenever he has been called on to save the bullpen by going deep into the ball game, he has delivered big time. Josh Coleman. He starts tomorrow afternoon here against Sean O'Sullivan. That's a 10 a.m. start back home in the Valley. 0-2 on Francoeur. Blocked by Tuffy with Utley down there at third. Chases that one down and away. Gozawish hangs on. That's the first out here in the 5th.
Like that Enrique Burgos slider starts it right down the middle of the plate, breaks it low and away. Awkward swing that time from Frenchie. That's what his teammates call Jeff Francoeur. Can't come up with it.
Carlos Ruiz has singled and flied to center, 1 for 2. 5-3 Phillies. Utley at third with 1 out. Diamondbacks infielders in near the grass. And that's driven into right center field. It's going to reach the wall. 6-3 Phillies as Utley scores, and Ruiz has an RBI double. Fourth double of the year for Carlos Ruiz. 6-3 Philadelphia. And now Blanco will hit for the pitcher.
We talked about that rain on the field, and when a ball is hit like this toward the gap, it's going to hydroplane. It'll take that big first hop and just accelerate. Gets by both outfielders all the way to the wall that time.
Andres Blanco, the switch hitter, adding just under 270 this year, will hit for Williams. Blanco, a switch hitter for his career, about 15 points better from the right-hand side. And he'll bat lefty against the righty Burgos. Ruiz at second, with a 1 out and 2 runs in here in the 5th. 0-1. Blanco's only had 26 at bats this year. Doesn't play a whole lot.
And 11 of those have come as a pinch hitter. Now 12 with this at bat here tonight.
That's a fair ball down the right field line. They will wave Ruiz. It rolls all the way to the corner, and it's 7-3 Phillies. Fourth hit in this inning for Philadelphia. 3 of them RBI doubles.
Another ball right down that first base line on into the corner. I mentioned it to you, partner. I know you were here at the ball game last night. I was watching on TV. Seemed like there were a lot of balls hit down that first base line last night, and it continues here tonight.
Phillies have 3 doubles in this inning. They have 4 doubles in the game and 5 extra base hits, going back to Francoeur's solo homer in the second inning, and now they lead at 7-3, still just one out. Odubel Herrera, the center fielder. Herrera now at 267. He's 0 for 3 so far tonight. Phillies loved what they saw with Herrera in the spring and through much of April. He hit over 300 for the first month of the year, but lately has been striking out in bunches. Tried to get late time there and was not granted timeout by Tim Welke behind the plate. More action in the Diamondback bullpen. Addison Reed has begun throwing for Arizona. Chip Hale saying yesterday that Reed had a short spring training because of his injury and is trying to get through some mechanical issues right now, and rather than have him work through those issues in the ninth inning of games, he will be pitching earlier in ball games. And in terms of a closer, they'll just kind of mix and match depending on matchups in the situation.
Yeah, we've seen Brad Ziegler step into that role from time to time. Daniel Hudson, another guy under consideration. Really, it's probably who hasn't thrown recently. You're going to be the closer today.
Herrera chases that when he's down a ball and 2 strikes. It was interesting the way Chip yesterday in talking to the media about the Addison Reed situation avoided anointing a closer. In fact, really didn't use that word closer. I thought that was very smart because that tends to set off alarm bells everywhere. Well, this guy's the closer. Now this guy's the closer. This guy's not the closer. People get very fixated on that word. And sure enough, Herrera strikes out. Let's listen actually to Chip Hale yesterday talking about the Addison Reed situation.
We're doing a lot of mechanical work with Reed right now, so he won't. He's a possibility to get pitched in the ninth, but he won't necessarily be the closer at this point. We're going to use him probably a little earlier in the game, but there's, and just to see how the game goes, he could be pitching in the ninth, but could be him and another guy, maybe 2 guys in the ninth. So we're going to match up a little more and see how that goes for a little bit.
So Reed continues to throw in the Diamondback bullpen. Freddie Galvis now has walked twice and struck out. Seven runs this year. Phillies have really been scuffling, but 7 runs ties their season high. Trying to win 4 straight for the first time since last August. That's in there for a strike at 96, 1-1. Phillies, the last team in the National League to have a 3-game winning streak. They got their 3rd straight last night. That's in the seats. A ball and 2 strikes on Freddie Galvis. Diamondbacks closed within a run in the top half of this inning. Goldie hit his 10th of the year, a 2-run shot, made it 4-3 Phillies, but Philadelphia has answered with 3 in the home half here. RBI doubles by Utley, Ruiz, and Blanco, who's standing at second base with 2 outs. Got him. So Burgos gets 3 strikeouts in the inning, but the Phillies get 3 runs. We go to the 6th. Diamondbacks trail it 7-3. Hey fans, here's your chance to beat the Heat. Tonight's word, fanatic. That's with an F, by the way. Log on to foxsportsarizona.com/beat the Heat and enter the word fanatic for a chance to win a trip to San Diego for the July 4th weekend. Throughout May, we'll give you a word of the day during every game, and once you see it, go to foxsportsarizona.com/beat the Heat and enter that word. The more times you enter, the more chances you have to win. So get all the info at foxsportsarizona.com. The password is fanatic. Justin DeFreitas, who worked last night, 2/3 of an inning through 12 pitches, on here in relief of Williams to start the 6th. Owings goes to Wish Ahmed, 6, 7, and 8 for the Diamondbacks. Ball 1 to Chris Owings, who has singled twice in 2 at-bats. He scored a run.
See a fastball, slider, changeup combination from DeFreitas, throwing a lot more changeups this year, not as many sliders. That usually tells me a guy was fooling around, trying to find a good grip for the changeup that he was comfortable with, and ultimately found one. Last year he threw his changeup about 4.5% of the time. This year it's over 14.5% of the time.
Got a 7 2/3 inning scoreless streak snapped in last night's ball game. Big cut there by CO, and it's 2-1. He had not allowed an earned run prior to last night since April 23rd. Three and one. Phillies have out-hit the Diamondbacks 10-7. They lead at 7-3. So if he goes to Wish, the former Philly farmhand is on deck. Just announced our attendance, a little over 33,000 here tonight, at least for the start of the game. Had an hour and 17-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 3rd.
I'm surprised this many people stuck around as hard as it rained during the rain delay. I didn't know if we were going to be able to get this one in, but these Phillies fans have seen those kind of rainstorms before. They realized it was going to blow through, and they were still going to see baseball.
That's in the seats. We'll do it again on 3 and 2. Started raining, and then at one point we had heavy rain, swirling, gusting winds, lightning in the area. Nice and dry now. Another 3-2 to CO. Lifts it in the air, high and deep to left center field. That ball is really well hit, and it's off the wall. Owings, already with 2 hits, is in at second with his 3rd hit tonight and his 6th double this year.
Thought that ball had a chance to get out of here off the bat. Hit it out there near that 387 notch in left center field.
Boy, if you count tonight, Bob, 9 games for CO. He's got 16 hits.
Yeah, that fence is angled right there. I thought it was interesting the way the Phillies outfielders played it. Grady Sizemore coming over from left field kind of stayed where a carom would hit on that golf sign, and the center fielder Odubel Herrera played on the other side in case it hit the other sign and ricocheted towards center field.
You've got fences out there that face really 3 different directions out there in left center field. So a leadoff double for Owings in the 6th. Then here's Tuffy. It's the 2nd time tonight a Diamondbacks hitter has just missed a home run. As Manny Tomas hit one high off the wall in left back in the 2nd inning. And now Owings just misses his 3rd home run this year.
And we mentioned Tuffy Gosewich, a longtime farmhand of the Phillies, went to Horizon High School back in the Valley. And once Tuffy left the Phillies, they figured we need to get another catcher from Horizon. As part of the Hunter Pence trade, Tommy Joseph, a catcher formerly with the San Francisco Giants organization, is now toiling away like Tuffy did for years and years in the Phillies organization.
Tommy Joseph was a top prospect a couple of years ago. He's gone through a lot of injury issues in the Phillies system. 0-2 on Gosewich. Owings at second. I wonder how long they can keep going with Carlos Ruiz. He shows no signs of slowing down, that's for sure. One of the mainstays on this Phillies run the last 10 years or so. He's now 36 years old, his 10th season in the big leagues. One of the best. Good take there by Tuffy. He's back even 2-2. He did not go, says Mike Evertown at first. Tuffy last 9 games hitting .370 with 7 RBIs and up in an RBI spot right here. Freitas suddenly can't find the handle, and it's full 3-2. He had a 3-2 count on Owings in the previous at bat. Nick Ahmed on deck. Let's take a look at our Chevron upcoming pitching matchup. Back with you tomorrow morning, home in Arizona, for the series finale. Josh Colmenter and Sean O'Sullivan. That's a beard night here at the ballpark.
Battle of the beards.
Tuffy reaches down, knocks it down the right field line toward the corner. That is a foul ball.
This is one of those ballparks, and there's a few of them around the major leagues where we kind of lose sight down in the corners in right and left field. The stands, you can see how they ramp up there. If that ball gets down in that corner, we completely lose sight of the right or left fielder, depending on which way it's hit.
Funny, there's a lot of foul ground, a lot of foul territory on the infield, but almost none in the corners of the outfield. Another 3-2 pitch to Tuffy Gosewich. Owings on second after a leadoff double. Bounced up the middle and into center, a base hit. They will wave Owings. He will score. It's an RBI single for Gosewich and a 7-4 ball game. Just off the glove of Galvis. That's a base hit.
Not always how you hit him, it's where you hit him. This is a ground ball that barely got over the mound. Long run for Freddie Galvis from his shortstop position. You see where he starts from. He just can't quite get there with a dive. Sneaks through into center field for an RBI base hit for Tuffy.
And that is the 5th 2-strike hit tonight for the Diamondbacks. And once again, boy, Bob McClure getting a lot of TV time here tonight. Diekman warming up in the Philly bullpen. And McClure going to slow things down here. Jake Diekman, the left-hander. Nick Ahmed will be the hitter. Pitcher spot is behind him, and A.J. Pollock is in the on-deck circle for the Diamondbacks. Ahmed, an RBI single his last time up. He's 1 for 2. There's A.J. Ball 1.
And DeFreitas just has not been able to command that slider at all. Pulling him out of the zone, bouncing him in the dirt. If you're a hitter facing a pitcher, you can pretty much eliminate that one for the time being till he proves he can throw it for a strike again. command hasn't been great of the fastball either. Make sure you get a good pitch to hit.
He worked 2/3 of an inning last night. Gave up a run on 2 hits and a strikeout through 12 pitches. But so far has given up a double and a single, and he's behind on Ahmed, 2-0. Sky to center. Herrera. 1 out. And we'll see A.J. Pollock hit for Burgos. A.J. not in the starting lineup tonight. Now with 296 with 3 homers, had an RBI single in last night's game that tied things up in the 7th.
Second pinch hitter in the pitcher spot in the ball game for Chip Hale. He only has Jordan Pacheco and Cliff Pennington available off the bench at this point. You know he doesn't want to use Pacheco unless he absolutely has to. So basically down to a one-man bench. And we're only in the 6th inning.
Aaron Hill hit for the pitcher in the 4th, and now Pollock in the 6th. Ball 1. A.J. had a big April, hit .320 during the first month of the season. But he's at .260 here in May. Freitas cannot throw a strike. 20 pitches so far, 10 balls, 10 strikes. So it looks like we will see Addison Reed for the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 6th inning. There's a strike, 2-1. Diekman, the left-hander, still throwing in the Philadelphia bullpen. On the ground to second. Utley, Galvis, Howard, the double play, and that ends the inning. But the Diamondbacks get one. A double by Owings, an RBI single by Tuffy. And it's a 7-4 ball game. Addison Reed coming on for the bottom of the 6th in Philadelphia.
spot right now working on some mechanical issues. Chip Hale talked a little bit more in depth about what those issues are, and we've heard about these before. Positioning on the rubber and not throwing across his body so much that it's affecting his velocity, affecting the breaking ball. And Chip Hale said that just in what he did yesterday and today, working with Mel Stottlemyre and Mike Harkey, that he already is feeling better about those adjustments. So guys, we shall see on the mound right now.
Out there, Jody, for the 12th time this season, after a rough day Wednesday back at Chase Field. We couldn't close that game after the Diamondbacks had come back against the Nationals, a chance to win that series, but the grand slam by Michael Taylor, what would have been a great win, was turned into a very, very difficult loss to swallow. And now Addison is on here in the 6th, trying to get back in form. Grady Sizemore leads off the Phillies 6th. He's 2 for 3 so far, a pair of singles. He's scored a run. Diamondbacks put the overshift on the right-hand side. Hard down the line in right. That is a fair ball in the corner. Sizemore takes the turn. His 3rd hit tonight and his 3rd double this year.
I think there's some kind of gravitational pull in that right field foul ball. Another ball hit down in the right field corner. Fastball up in the zone that time. Who's that guy sitting in the window there?
Belt high fastball. Sizemore didn't miss it. He's 3 for 4. Here's Ryan Howard.
It's a break room for the grounds crew. They need a little break after putting that tarp on and off the field.
Getting all that water off here. Howard had an RBI double and scored a run in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3. Mentioned, and we heard from Jody about the mechanical issues that Addison Reed is working on. It's the same thing he's been working on all year long, throwing not so much across his body. And they don't want him working out these issues in the 9th inning. And so here he is in the 6th. The last time Reed pitched in the 6th inning or earlier, back in 2011 when he was with the White Sox. That was September of 2011, so it's been a while. And when you watch Addison, watch that front foot, that front leg, the plant foot, always steps out toward 3rd base as he releases the ball. Right there. Now what was happening was, last year that front step started to get too pronounced. So instead of being about 6 inches or so over toward 3rd, it was more like 12 to 13 inches over. And so he was throwing way across his body, which he's always done, but not to that degree. And it really makes it tough to pitch inside to lefties. He can't reach that side of the plate when he's throwing that far across his body.
He's been able to get in there on Ryan Howard with the slider down and in. I'll tell you what compounds that throwing across your body as well is he throws from the far first base side of the rubber. So even to step in a normal hole in front of the mound that's lined up with home plate from the first base side of the rubber, you're going to have to throw against your body anyway.
And against right-hand hitters, he really had problems finding that corner of the strike zone down and away from righties. Tough to hit that spot, which would be into the lefty. They have worked with trying to limit how far Addison is going across his body. It all starts with that front foot. He went. Todd Tishner down at 3rd, and Reed strikes out Howard.
Howard was just glad to see something that wasn't down and in. Got a fastball up and out over the plate. Good call that time.
Well, if you're a fantasy league guy, you want to think about getting Maikel Franco if you need an infielder, because this is the 3rd baseman of the future. Got his first base hit of the season. In his last at bat, he has walked, singled, and scored a run. Just called up to the big leagues yesterday.
Don't blink or you might miss it. A rare take, strike one right there. He's seen 16 pitches in 7 at bats so far at the major league level.
He's up there hacking. He got a quick 16-game look with the Phillies last September, hit under 180 with 2 extra base hits, but since then he has really performed well at AAA Lehigh Valley. Has looked like a different guy, says his minor league manager Dave Brundage down there. Says he's grown up a whole lot. Franco just 22 years old. He'll turn 23 in August. See right there, he's not a patient hitter.
And that second at bat, there was a base open. It was pretty clear to me that they were kind of pitching around him. Walked him on 4.
1-1. There's a strike. Cody Ashe, who had been seeing a lot of time at third base, is now in the minor leagues as they convert him into a left fielder to clear the way at third base for Franco. Ashe started 28 games at third for the Phillies this year. More than 100 starts at third last season, but now he's an outfielder. And Franco is the third baseman, at least for now. Ryan Sandberg, it's a tough job. You got some of these veterans, they're older guys. Now some are not performing. Got some young guys coming up. That probably makes for some uncomfortable conversations from time to time. 1-2 on Franco. And this is the guy that Sandberg last year benched Ryan Howard for a while. Sat Chase Utley for a couple of games to give him a mental break, then dropped him lower in the order for the first time in a decade. Got some older players like Sizemore and Francoeur as well. Carlos Ruiz, the catcher. This is skied to left, an easy play for Peralta. 2 down.
Well, not only do you have some guys that are a little long of tooth, but you got guys making a ton of money over there on that first base dugout. And the performance hasn't quite equaled the payroll up to this point.
Well, they just didn't get what they were asking for this winter for Cole Hamels. They wanted a whole bunch of prospects. There were talks with a bunch of teams. And Hamels, you know, if you get Hamels, you still get 4 years, so you're going to have him for a while. It's not a rent-a-player situation, so they've been asking for a bucket load of prospects. They will walk Utley now with first base open and 2 outs and work to Jeff Francoeur, although Francoeur did homer in the ball game off Archie Bradley back in the second.
And Francoeur, among all the Philly players on the roster this year, has seen Addison Reed the most. 8 at bats in his career, 3 for 8 with a double.
Well, it's not often you see this, a guy who hit 124 coming into the ball game, getting a free pass, but that's what they'll do with 2 outs. Francoeur has homered, hit into a double play and struck out. He's 1 for 3. So it's Reed and Francoeur, 2 on and 2 outs in the 6th. This was Jeff Francoeur, 2 outs in the 2nd off Archie Bradley. And Francoeur joined the Phillies in spring training as a non-roster invitee. He was in the minors almost all of last year in the Padres organization. But with Ryan Sandberg moving lineup spots around and some roster shuffling already underway and expected to continue here, Francoeur has found himself getting some at-bats for Ryan Sandberg, and he's done okay. Tough, he couldn't quite corral it. It rolls up the third base line. Sizemore now in at third and Utley at second.
Must have been a cross-up. I think that ball caught Tim Welke behind the plate.
They rule it a pass ball.
Yeah, caught Welke right on the left shoulder. Bounced out to the third base side right there. Both runners able to advance.
Tim Welke, the crew chief, back there.
Tuppy looked like he was waiting for that pitch to break, perhaps expecting a slider, and Addison Reed threw a fastball. Surprised everybody, including the home plate umpire.
The big out to get right here, trying to keep this a 3-run game. Diamondbacks will have the top of the order up in the 7th. Inciarte, Trumbo, Goldie. There's the strike, 1-1. Good location there. In the air, center field. Inciarte camps out underneath. And Addison Reed strands 2. We head to the 7th inning. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. We'll see Paul Goldschmidt, who homered in his last at bat. Diamondbacks trail it 7-4. Arizona is brought to you in part by Mattress Firm. Save money, sleep happy. And by the Bureau of Tobacco. Secondhand smoke makes everyone a smoker. See how you can live smoke-free at azsmokefreeliving.org. Downtown Philadelphia. Addison Reed, a double and a walk in that inning, but the Phillies don't score a run. They lead at 7-4. Some changes for Philadelphia. New pitcher on the mound, the left-hander Jake Diekman. His 16th appearance of the year, and for the second time in as many games, Ryan Sandberg has double-switched Chase Utley out of the ballgame. Cesar Hernandez, the switch hitter, now takes over at second base. He will bat 9th. Pitcher spot now 6th in the Philadelphia order. Ender Inciarte leads off against Diekman. Ender singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Diekman is a hard thrower. Big strikeout guy. Had 100 strikeouts last year, the most by a Phillies reliever since Al Holland back in 1983.
To overthrow a slider right there. Diekman has a fastball that averages right at 96 miles per hour. He's a hard thrower, as you mentioned, but occasionally he overthrows the slider. It never takes the break. That one nearly hit Inciarte.
Bronco in a step or two on the grass at third. Ender waves at that one. It's a ball and 2 strikes. 96. Ender 3 hits last night, 1 for 3 tonight. Now Franco with 2 strikes will back off at third. That one misses. It's 2-2. Lifts it in the air to very shallow right field. Francoeur coming in. He calls off Hernandez. And that's the first out in the 7th. Brings up Mark Trumbo. Trumbo singled in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3.
Rare straight changeup that time. Diekman will use that against a right-handed hitter, especially a strong right-handed hitter like Trumbo or Goldie.
Diekman generally keeps it in the ballpark. He's given up only 7 homers in his entire career. Almost 150 innings pitched, 98 that time. Trumbo gets a piece. It's 2-2. He's averaging 12 strikeouts for every 9 innings pitched. Got him. 98, and he strikes out Trumbo. 2 down. Let's take a look at our T-Mobile game-changing player. It's Paul Goldschmidt, who we've noticed this year has really been swinging at the first pitch in his at-bats much more often than in the past, and this is why.
Yeah, the numbers would say keep doing it. Yeah, I think sometimes a player establishes that he's going to be patient. He's going to take a lot of pitches, try to work it long at bat. So pitchers just tried to jump ahead with that first pitch fastball like that. Well, every so often you have to turn it around. Make it backfire on that pitcher. If he wants to toss a cookie in there on the first delivery, Goldie's been ready to whack it this year.
Bounces that one to Galvis at shortstop. And Diekman comes in, works a 1-2-3 7th. We stretch in Philadelphia. Diamondbacks trail it 7-4. Bottom 7 in Philadelphia. Diamondbacks trail the Phillies 7-4. Addison Reed on for his second inning of work. First time that Addison has pitched in the 6th inning or earlier in a ball game since September of 2011. And Carlos Ruiz leads it off. Ruiz an RBI double. He scored a run his last time up. He's 2 for 3. So Ruiz has now hit safely in 5 straight games and 7 of his last 8. Doesn't get the call that time from Tim Welke. It's 2-1. Oliver Perez, who had a tough night here last night, has started throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. Ruiz reaches down and pops this up. Foul ground for Tomas. And that's the first out here in the 7th inning. Hey fans, MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 13 years. You can watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. You'll get real-time highlights, live look-ins, the pitch tracking widget, and a whole lot more. Blackout rules do apply, so check MLB.TV for details. Cesar Hernandez checked into the ball game in the top part of this inning. Took over at second base for Chase Utley, and he looks at strike 1.
Yeah, Hernandez was on that shuttle last year. 3 separate trips to the major leagues. Of course, 3 trips to the minor leagues as well. Utility guy, can play all the infield positions as well as outfield.
He's a switch hitter. 50 points better from the right-hand side for his career, but he drives this one to right center field, and Cigarte's there. 2 down. Seeing more and more action at second base as Utley struggles. Leadoff man now, Odubel Herrera. Diamondback Live post-game show with Jody Jackson follows our ball game. We'll have reaction from the Diamondback clubhouse. One more against these Phillies tomorrow afternoon. Then it's off to Miami for 4 against Giancarlo Stanton and the Marlins. Odubel Herrera 0 for 4. The center fielder. Right in front of Juan Samuel at first. Herrera signed by the Phillies in December. They got him in the Rule 5 draft from the Texas Rangers. He spent most of last year with the Rangers AA affiliate in Frisco. 96 games there, hit .321. Well, he is a wild hacker up there, man. I mean, he is just swinging away. Anything close. .33 strikeouts in his previous 30 games. He has struck out once tonight. He's down 0-2 here.
You mentioned Steve Henderson, the hitting coach for the Phillies. This is a kind of an approach you wouldn't mess with him as long as he's having success. As soon as he goes 3 or 4 games without hitting the ball hard, you say, hey, young man, you got a lot of moving parts there. Let's get in a more normal hitting position. Really just focus on seeing the ball. But as long as he's having success, hey, if you want to stand there and knock knee, have a big leg kick, as long as you're hitting the ball, keep doing it.
Well, the thing that frustrates him, the Phillies coaches, is this guy's got really good speed. He covers a ton of ground out there in the outfield. Pitchers do not want to walk Herrera because he's a real threat to steal a base. So if he could just be a little more conservative with those swings, he'd be a much bigger threat to get on base and then use that speed. But he is up there swinging the bat aggressively from the first pitch. And generally, Ryan Sandberg said he likes that. He called it not being overly patient, which I thought was very diplomatic. Not sure quite what it means exactly, but it sounds good.
about this for Addison Reed? 210th career game that he's pitched in. It's only the 12th time he's gone more than 1 inning. I mean, they said they wanted to get him some work to iron out some mechanical issues, and as long as that pitch count is not in a ridiculous area, they're just going to let him roll in this game.
2 outs, 3 balls, and 2 strikes to Odubel Herrera. Hard to first, Goldie. He is so good down there. Well, Addison Reed works a 1-2-3 7th and sends us to the 8th. Diamondbacks trail at 7-4. More from America's first baseman. Peralta leads off the Arizona 8th. Is brought to you in part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Our Gila River game summary, a short outing for Archie Bradley tonight. We had an hour and 17-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 3rd, and it's been mostly the Phillies here tonight. Although Goldie did his 10th home run of the season in the 5th once we resume play. Diamondbacks trail at 7-4 as David Peralta leads off the 8th against Jake Diekman. Addison Reed, 2 full innings in relief here. He worked the 6th and the 7th. Peralta, the only Diamondback starting position player who does not have a hit tonight. D-backs have been out hit 11-9. They trail at 7-4.
I mentioned Addison Reed had only gone more than 1 inning 12 times in his 210 career games. I would venture a guess a lot of those came in extra innings. The last time he did it was extra innings back in August of 2013. Pitched the 10th and 11th. Whatever the role, there's no doubt they need Addison Reed to be on top of his game, whether it's closing games or setting up for somebody else closing ball games.
He gave up a double to the first batter he faced, a belt-high fastball that Grady Sizemore knocked into the right field corner, but that was it, really. He struck out 1, walked 1, got 4 fly ball outs, and has worked 2 scoreless innings. 2-2 to Peralta. In the air, left field, an easy play for Sizemore. And again, Chip Hale said they have mechanical issues they want Addison Reed to work through. They don't want him doing that in the 9th inning, so he will work earlier in games. Here comes Ryan Sandberg now. He will make a move to his bullpen. With a whole bunch of right-hand hitters coming up. And we'll see the right-hander Ken Giles on for the Phillies, who lead at 7-4 back after this. That was the Cox Gig Life high-speed highlights. 1 out in the 8th now. Here's the right-hander Ken Giles. Phillies have a couple of good setup guys in this bullpen. Diekman the lefty and Giles the righty. Tomas now. First pitch is in the seats. Yasmani 1 for 3, a single in the second. The numbers on Giles, his 18th appearance, a 1.72 ERA.
Another hard thrower, although not as hard as he threw last season for the Phillies. Average fastball this year right at 95. Last year he averaged 97.2 on his heater. He's a real nasty slider to go along with it.
So on that montage, our look at the Cox Gig Life high-speed highlights, some of the cheesesteaks and the BB9. Some of the staff made the long walk out there to center field before the ball game because Tony Lukes is worth the walk. Wife and I made the trip to South Philly on Thursday. Cindy and I went to the place in South Philly where Geno's and Pat's are right across the street from each other. We had one of each.
And
I thought, frankly, I don't want to upset anybody, but they were okay. They weren't great. Tony Lukes blows them both out of the water for me. I like Pat's a little better. Cindy liked Geno's a little better. They were okay, but Tony Lukes, that's the way to go.
Plus, Tony Lukes, they don't yell at you if you don't know exactly what it is you want.
It's like the Soup Nazi. When you go to Pat's, they have signs telling you how to order, and, you know, you're in trouble if you don't follow the instructions. High fly ball to right field. Yasmani Tomas, it's out of here. His first major league home run. Tomas is on the board, and it's a 7-5 ball game. His first career homer.
Now we've talked about that easy power to the opposite field. Well, there was a great example of it right there. Yasmani Tomas's first career home run. Congratulations, first of many, we hope.
And here comes the silent treatment. Nobody is paying any attention. There you go. Owings, who's 3 for 3, knocks that into the right field seats. They go get the ball. They have it. That's good news. So Yasmani gets the souvenir. Had a huge hit in that ball game Wednesday at Chase Field against the Nationals. 2 for 4 tonight and his first major league homer.
Something the Diamondbacks would like to see a lot more out of, not only from Tomas, but from the entire offense. That's only their second home run this season in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning of a ball game. In the meantime, the Diamondbacks have given up 10 homers in the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
0-2 on Owings. And Giles strikes him out. This is Giles' 62nd career game. He has been really good. He gave up a homer in his debut last year, and Tomas's homer was the first he's allowed since.
Wow. Elevated fastball up above the belt. That patented inside-out swing. Get the barrel on the ball. Cast it high in the air to right field. Francoeur drifted all the way back to the wall. This is our Chaz Roberts air conditioning. Cool play of the game. Nice going.
Duffy goes a wish. An RBI single his last time up. Yasmani Tomas said just the other day that the question everybody in the world, even his teammates, ask is, hey, when are you going to hit a home run? And he said, look, everything will come in its own time. His focus right now, make good contact and drive the ball. The home runs will come, and we've seen that now tonight. It's funny because he just missed a home run. In his first at bat tonight, back in the 2nd inning, 5 runs now. Sometimes you got to live Tomas. Banged it high off the left field wall back in the 2nd inning for a long single. That one clears the right field wall for his first major league homer. Throws a wish. Hits it to third. Franco throws him out, but the Diamondbacks get back within 2 as we go to the home half of the 8th inning. It's a 7-5 ball game. Yasmani Tomas, his first big league homer. D-backs down 2. Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you in part by Chaz Roberts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. Philadelphia, long night for the Diamondbacks here. We had an hour and 17-minute rain delay in the 3rd inning. Back and forth we go now, a 7-5 ball game. These two teams have combined for 21 hits as we start the bottom of the 8th inning. And the 6th pitcher on for the Diamondbacks tonight is the right-hander Brad Ziegler.
Now, the fact that Brad Ziegler's in this game tells me that Chip Hale thinks it's still a winnable ball game, only trailing by 2 runs, a bloop and a blast, and you tie this one up. Hopefully Brad Ziegler will get 3 quick ground balls, get his team back there swinging the bats.
Freddie Galvis leads it off for the Phillies. He has walked twice and scored a run for 2. He's also struck out twice. Yeah, Diamondbacks in the 9th. We'll have Nick Ahmed, the pitcher's spot, and then the top of the order, and behind that Trumbo and Goldie. So get a base runner or 2. This game can change quickly in the 9th. Ziegler ahead 0-2. Keep showing these monuments, by the way. I got a real beef with the city of Philadelphia.
How's that?
Well, the wife and I went over to see the Rocky statue. And we were going to do the thing with the steps right in front of the art museum. They moved it again. It's at the bottom of the steps. And Ziegler strikes out Galvis. So we hopped out of a cab, took a picture, hopped right back in the cab. I was prepared to do the run up the stairs and the whole thing, but they've moved that statue all over the city. It used to be out by the Spectrum. And they put it, there it is, they put it back by the art museum on the top of the stairs, but now they've moved it down to the bottom, kind of off to the side there.
I would imagine some tourists that maybe aren't as fit as you and Cindy.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Requested that they put it at the bottom of the stairs.
Of course, we spent the rest of the week eating cheesesteaks, so. But you feel a little gypped, frankly. I want to do the whole thing where you do the stairs, and I took a cab there, so it wasn't going to be that big a workout anyway. But it just sort of loses some of the dramatic effect, I thought. Grady Sizemore 3 for 4. Shift is on. Our crack research staff has come up with I don't even know if it's a statistic. It's an odd statistical thing. We mentioned Giles. How about Sizemore? 4 for 5. Giles, who gave up the homer to Tomas, gave up a home run to the first batter he faced in the major leagues, Yasmani Grandal.
Get out of here.
He goes 237 innings without a homer allowed. And the next one is to Yasmani Tomas.
there's a moral to that story, you better get Giles out of the game if you have a Yasmani at the plate.
That's right. He's 0 for Yasmani. One out base runner for Howard, who had an RBI double back in the third, just before the rains came.
And we're going to have a shift in the shift. Nick Ahmed had moved over on the second base side of the bag, but before the pitch was delivered here to Ryan Howard, they decided to flip him and put Yasmani Tomas at the second base position and Nick Ahmed on the left side all by himself.
And he's barely on the left side. He's playing where he would normally play as the shortstop. There is an unbelievable amount of room.
That's where they were originally, and they were yelling from the dugout trying to get Tomas's attention. They wanted him to flip with Ahmed, and now they're where we want him. Boy, with Brad Ziegler on the mound, I mean, Ryan Howard in the air hits the ball to right, center, or left, but on the ground he almost always hits it to the right side. You got a dead ground ball pitcher out there, and what's he do? Flip one in the air to left field.
A pair of one-out singles.
Franco looks at a pitch or two from Brad Ziegler. I don't know if he's seen anything quite like Brad Ziegler's submarine delivery at any stop in the minor leagues.
Franco, his second big league game this year, walked in the third, singled and scored in the fifth. 1 for 3 so far. There's the strike, 0-1. Phillies had to wait until after Thursday to call Franco up and delay his free agency until after the 2021 season. He's that type of prospect, a guy about whom you're always thinking about long-term money. 0-2. But here he is. Phillies signed him out of the Dominican Republic back in 2010. Coaches who have had Franco at different levels of the minor leagues talk about his hands. He says his hands are so good. He can make contact in a lot of different areas of the strike zone. Very quick hands. Fans at that one. Second strikeout of the inning for Brad Ziegler. And now the pitcher spot comes up for the Phillies. And we'll see Ben Revere. A reminder, the 2015 debut episode, Cup of Coffee, comes up on the 10th inning after the ball game tomorrow. We'll talk to the chief baseball officer, Tony La Russa. Filmed that down at the corner in downtown Phoenix last month. So Cup of Coffee, Tony La Russa, the debut episode. After the ball game tomorrow, Jonathan Papelbon, the closer, warming up in the Philly bullpen. So Revere hits for the pitcher. 2 on and 2 out. There's ball one. Ben Revere hitting .243. 0 for 4 with a strikeout yesterday. Last year, no National League player had more base hits than Ben Revere. He hit .306 and stole 49 bases. Ziegler behind, 2 balls and no strikes. This year, Revere was dropped from the leadoff spot all the way down to 8th in the batting order. That was last month. More recently, he's been back up in the top spot. There's a strike, 2-1. This is another guy who's rumored to be on the trading block here in Philadelphia. They've got Herrera, who they like in center field, so Revere may be tradable. Bounced in the hole. Owings is there to collect it. And Ziegler is out of the inning. He strands 2. We go to the 9th. Ahmed, the pitcher spot at Inciarte. 8, 9, and 1. Diamondbacks are down 2. Papelbon coming in. It's outdoor rec night. You can try your hand at fishing, shooting, a bow and arrow, and a whole lot more. Plus, buy a special event ticket package, and you'll get this D-backs camo hunting hat. Got to buy the hat or buy the package to get the hat. So get your tickets now at dbacks.com/events. 9th inning in Philadelphia, and the Phillies' all-time saves leader is on. It's Jonathan Papelbon.
Papelbon got his 114th save as a member of the Phillies just the other day against the Pirates. Needed an assist from his right fielder to get it. Now holds the all-time saves record for 2 different franchises. Of course, the Boston Red Sox and now the Philadelphia Phillies. Only Rob Nen has done the same thing with Miami and the Giants.
Ben Revere remains in the game, takes over for Grady Sizemore in left field. He will hit 6th, pitcher spot now 3rd in the Philly order. Cliff Pennington hits for Nick Ahmed to lead off the Arizona 9th. There's a strike. Pitcher spot is due up behind Pennington, and Jordan Pacheco is in the on-deck circle. So Pennington, Pacheco, Inciarte in the 9th inning.
There's the play we were talking about against the Pirates just a couple days ago. Jordy Mercer lofts a high fly ball into right field. Jeff Francoeur goes into foul territory to make the play and then just fires a rocket to home plate to turn it into a game-ending double play.
He's always had a cannon for a throwing arm. 0-2. Pennington reaches out and pokes it foul down the left field line. Diamondbacks have not had a whole lot of luck against Jonathan Papelbon. If you go back to April of 2012, Papelbon has a still active 11 2/3 inning scoreless streak against the Diamondbacks. Pennington got the start last night. He is 3 for his last 24 at the plate. Pennington able to hold up, and it's even 2-2. Jonathan Papelbon, first player in Major League history to get at least 200 saves in one league and then another 100 saves in the other league. And his 100th save as a Philly last year. And he strikes out Pennington to open up the ninth. Tonight on Fox Sports Live and Fox Sports 1. 14 other Major League Baseball games today, including King Felix trying to get to 7-0. He'd be the first one for the Mariners. Plus, American Pharaoh gets one step closer to the Triple Crown. And can the Clippers take out the Rockets? A full breakdown of Game 7 tonight. You can see Fox Sports Live tonight, 11 o'clock on Fox Sports 1, or see it simulcast right here on Fox Sports Arizona following the 10th inning. The fight doctor, Jordan Pacheco. There's the strike, 0-1. Pacheco, 244 with a pair of homers. Papelbon, since he's been in Philadelphia, has converted over 88% of his save opportunities. That's the highest save conversion percentage in Phillies history. And he strikes out Pacheco. 2 down.
Now he's got 3 pitches that are wicked good.
As they used to say in the nation.
Yeah, fastball, slider, and that nasty split finger he uses for a changeup has a lot of downward movement just as the ball gets into the hitting zone.
He would have times in Boston where that splitter would just vanish, and he would put it away for almost months at a time. It has always been a pitch for him that, when it's on, has been unbelievably effective, but does come and go. Inciarte singled and scored in the 5th. He's 1 for 4. On the ground to second. Hernandez has it, and the Phillies win it 7-5. And so the Philadelphia Phillies, the last team in the National League to have a 3-game winning streak. They won their 3rd straight last night, take the first 2 games of the series, and they've now won 4 in a row for the first time since last August. 7-5 your final here. Williams wins it, Bradley loses it, save number 9 for Papelbon.
Yeah, really, the most disappointing thing of the evening was Archie Bradley. We were so looking forward to his return to the starting rotation. Probably an awful lot to ask of the young man after being on the shelf for a couple of weeks. I'm sure he'll be back and be much better next time.
Well, the Diamondbacks will turn to Josh Colmenter not only to stop the losing streak here tomorrow afternoon. They've now lost 3 in a row, but go deep in the ball game after they use 6 pitchers here tonight. Diamondback Live postgame show is next here on Fox Sports Arizona. Reaction from the clubhouse. D-backs drop this one 7-5. More from Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia right after this.